Just wait a few more moments. We have a minister running down the corridors at the moment, so just bear with us a few minutes longer. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you all on behalf of the Norwegian Ministry of Climate and Environment. Today's session will launch Norway's strategy for cooperative approaches under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Its carbon buying approach, if you will. It is called the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative, or NOGA. It is the most significant contribution to scaling of Article 6 markets to date. All will be shortly revealed. My name is Fenella Awan. I am with the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, where I head our carbon pricing work. It has been my team's absolute pleasure to have worked with Norway for over 5 years on carbon pricing, as well as with all of the countries present on our panel today. It is my role to do the same as GGGI always does, to facilitate and support you all through today's session. So first, let me introduce our speakers and guests that have come to support the launch. I'm delighted to introduce our host, His Excellency Tore Sandvik, the Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway. Secondly, His Excellency Dauda Ngom, the Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition from Senegal. Then Dr. Duty Chibamba, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, Zambia. Minister Mike Umposha sends his regrets for not being able to attend, but we are delighted that Dr. Chibamba could join us in his place. And finally, Ms. Adijatu Hassan, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Ministry of Finance and Economy of Benin. Let me now briefly explain the running order for today. We will first watch a video message from the Prime Minister of Norway, His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre. I'm not going to get that right, I'm not Norwegian, who will share the context and background of the NOGA initiative. Now is time, therefore, if you find yourself without headphones, to distract your neighbour and take theirs. Following this, we will hear from Minister Sandvik, who will formally launch the NOGA initiative, as well as reveal details of the agreements and pledges already signed to show Norway's immediate and real steps to implementation. He's been extremely busy scribbling his signature since landing on Saturday. Then we will hear keynote addresses from Minister Ngom and the Permanent Secretary Chibamba as to how this initiative will contribute to the activities needed to address their country's priorities. To bring the points raised together, we will then move to a panel discussion where the speakers will be joined by Ms. Hassan and myself. Lastly, please hold off any pitch invasions until after a photograph has been taken of the speakers and guests. To the video, please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is an honor for me as Prime Minister of Norway to address you all at this launch today. Our current collective NDCs will not be sufficient to reach the 1.5-degree temperature target. If we go on as we do now, we need to do more. Then we know that official development assistance is important. But we also know that it is not enough to meet the vast financial needs of climate mitigation and green transition in developing countries. A key part of the Paris Agreement is to ensure countries that they can work together to meet their climate targets and ambitions, not one by one, but also in concert. Article 6 provides a framework for this type of cooperation. Norway is launching the Global Emission Reduction Initiative to help raise our collective ambitions. By working together, we can achieve greater emission reductions than we can alone. So the work of this initiative, as we see it, will directly contribute towards closing the financing gap for emission reduction in developing countries, one of the key pledges from Paris. My government has authorized the use of up to 8.2 billion Norwegian crowns for this work. That is the equivalent of $775 million. With this initiative, Norway is ready to take a leading role in operationalizing Article 6. We are working in close cooperation with our partner countries to develop new and innovative ways of reducing emissions and attracting green investments on the ground. All of this is highly needed. How do we do it? Well, by strategically designing our partnerships, we aim to leverage private sector investments towards climate action. So $1 from us should trigger even more dollars from the private sector. This way, we can accelerate the transition to a low carbon efficient economy. The emission reductions we achieve could contribute towards achieving Norway's climate neutrality target starting in 2030. So this target is in addition to the emission reductions we will achieve under the NDC. The Global Emission Reduction Initiative will take us one step closer to achieve the temperature target of the Paris Agreement. Norway is committed to doing our part, full part, to ensure we can continue to raise our collective ambitions going forward. I hope more will join, and let us achieve these targets together.
Thank you. So whilst we consider the size and significance of this initiative, and I do apologise, I notice there's quite a few in the room without microphones, so without headphones. So the initiative is $750 million pointing towards cooperative approaches under Article 6. So let me immediately pass to Minister Sandvik.
Thank you. Their Excellencies, representatives, it is with great excitement we finally launched said. Thank you. As Prime Minister Støre said, we need to do more. And we need to overcome the challenges and barriers preventing us from channeling green finance to climate action in developing countries. Article 6 cooperation is not new to us. Norway started piloting for Article 6 back in 2015 with the launch of the transformative carbon asset facility under the World Bank. Our work was expanded in 2019 with the establishment of the Designing Article 6 Policy Approaches Program under the Global Green Growth Institute, 3GI. And last year we signed our first Memorandum of Understanding with the intention to cooperate. Today we take another major leap forward to further grow the scope of our work and to strengthen our international collaboration under Article 6. With the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative, we will contribute directly to lowered emissions and green growth in developing countries. By working together, we can raise our collective climate ambitions and increase the speed and scope of green growth in developing countries. The initiative will consist of capacity building, program development and financing of emission reductions in host countries, all aligned with the rules and best practices under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Through the initiative, we want to achieve significant emission reductions with high environmental integrity and lasting impact in developing countries, ensure strong host country ownership in Article 6 cooperations, adopt established best practice to ensure sustainable development and implement strong safeguards against corruption and human rights violations. And we want to create lasting transformational change through comprehensive approaches. The initiative will therefore continue Norway's focus on sector and policy level crediting. I I also want to highlight the importance of the private sector. The potential of green growth in developing countries is huge. But we must ensure that private sector has the right incentives and see profitability in making sustainable investments. Effective cooperation under Article 6 can unlock large amounts of private sector investments. Our goal is to enhance market conditions and provide the finance necessary to tip investments decisions towards green solutions. Importantly, the emission reductions achieved under this initiative can contribute towards Norway's climate neutrality target. This target means that Norway is to ensure greenhouse gas reductions equivalent to remaining Norwegian emissions from 2030 and onwards. The climate neutrality target is not part of Norway's nationally determined contribution to the Paris Agreement, but represents efforts beyond our NDC. Norway is planning to fulfill its 2030 NDC target together with the European Union. If our cooperation with the European Union doesn't take us all the way to 50% emission reduction, these emissions reductions can be used to cover what is missing under Norway's NDC targets. Under the Norwegian Global Emissions Reduction Initiative, we are taking several major steps at COP29. We have signed contribution agreements of $100 million with the 3GI to establish the Norwegian Article 6 Climate Action Fund. This fund will develop and manage programs and agreements between Norway and host countries. We will be announcing our intent to join the Climate Action Catalyst Fund with the Asian Development Bank to provide carbon finance to support mitigation actions. We have signed bilateral agreements under Article 6 with Zambia and Benin to regulate our cooperation, and will sign with Senegal tomorrow. We've also signed an MOU with Jordan with the intention to cooperate in the future. Let me also highlight our long-standing collaboration with Morocco and Indonesia in developing innovative models for policy-based cooperation in the energy sector. This work is ongoing and very exciting. Excellencies, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone involved in getting us to this milestone. I strongly appreciate the hard work and efforts you have made to move this work forward. As Prime Minister Støre said, the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative will take us one step closer to achieve the temperature target of the Paris Agreement through increased climate action. Excellencies, Norway is committed to do our part to raise our collective ambitions moving forward. We do believe that corporations under Article 6 has the potential to achieve substantial emission reductions. We are also dedicated to ensuring successful outcome at this year's COP. I look forward to the continued discussion with the distinguished ministers and representatives from our partner countries, both at this event and in coming months. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Sandvik. So the initiative is now launched. Within the initiative, work has already progressed. The 100 million Norwegian Article 6 Climate Action Fund, the NACA Fund, has been established as one of the buying funds within GGGI's Carbon Transaction Facility. Agreements are in place now with 4 countries and counting. But what do the countries on the other side of these transactions want to see? Let me immediately pass to Minister Ngom of Senegal to hear his address. Thank you. Just don't hold it.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Monsieur le ministre de l'Environnement de la Norvège, Monsieur le représentant du ministre de l'Environnement de la Zambie, Madame la représentante du ministre de l'Environnement du Bénin, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos rangs et qualités. C'est avec un immense honneur et un grand plaisir que je participe à cette cérémonie de lancement norvégienne de réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre.
His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Norway, His Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Norway, and His Excellency, the Minister of Environment of Zambia, and a distinguished representative of the Global Green Growth Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a great honor and a great pleasure that I participate to this ceremony of the launching of the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative.
Je voudrais, à l'entame de mon propos, délivrer un satisfecit au Royaume de Norvège pour son dynamisme dans le cadre de la lutte contre le changement climatique et les solutions techniques et technologiques proposées dans les sous-secteurs des énergies renouvelables, du pétrole-gaz, du transport hybride, etc., qui constituent de réels motifs d'espoir dans la voie de la sobriété carbone.
I would like, at the beginning of my speech, say how much it is a great pleasure to see that we're all satisfied with the Royal Norwegian efforts and the dynamism when it comes to the fight against climate change and the technical solutions that are brought and proposed for several sectors and some subsectors with regard to renewable energy, with regard to oil or gas or hybrid transport means. These all constitute real motives and real hopes for carbon emissions.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les faits montrent l'évidence de la hausse effective de la température. La réduction des émissions de gaz à effet de serre est un impératif urgent à l'heure où les pays les moins avancés subissent les effets adverses du réchauffement climatique.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think that all of the proofs and all of the evidence tell us that the reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions is very important and a very urgent matter that show us that the countries that are less developed than others are facing up to the challenges that are created by the climate change.
Le Sénégal, en tant que pays sahélien, est rudement affecté par les changements climatiques qui ont des impacts négatifs sur des secteurs liés à l'économie nationale tels que l'agriculture, les ressources en eau, les infrastructures, les zones côtières et la santé, qui risquent de saper inexorablement nos efforts de lutte contre la pauvreté.
The Senegal, as a country in the Sahel region, is very much and deeply affected by these climate changes. And these all have negative impacts on several sectors and key sectors such as national economy, agriculture, the resources, water resources, infrastructures, health issues. And these all affect us because it impedes us from getting rid of the difficulties as far as fighting poverty.
En dépit de ces impacts vécus, le Sénégal croit fermement à l'accord de Paris, fruit d'une mobilisation exceptionnelle, constitue le cadre idéal pour répondre de façon urgente aux attentes des peuples vulnérables, gagner le pari de limiter le réchauffement climatique en deçà de 2 degrés Celsius et éviter d'atteindre le point de non-retour dans un esprit d'équité et de justice climatique.
So in spite of everything that we are facing, Senegal deeply believes in the Paris Accord, which is the fruit and a result of an exceptional mobilization and which also constitutes a legal framework so that communities who do face up to difficulties and have urgent needs can actually live up to this bet of bringing the 2 degrees Celsius temperature objective. And we are trying to do this without going back into the old ways. And we want to have an equality and justice in the climate.
La mise en œuvre des contributions déterminées au niveau national, s'inscrivant dans une dynamique de croissance économique sobre en carbone et résiliente au changement climatique dans les pays du Sud et une neutralité carbone d'ici 2050 dans les pays du Nord sera d'un apport considérable dans ce processus.
So the NDCs that are in a very important dynamic and a moving economy and in the carbon resilient climate changes in the countries of the South is very important, and we need to be able to reach the neutrality, carbon neutrality that we've determined as a target to 2050 in the Nordic countries. I hope that all of these will bring a considerable amount of support in this process.
Et le Sénégal a très tôt pris les devants en vue de rendre opérationnels les engagements de sa CDN. Et dans ce cadre, je me félicite des actions en cours susceptibles d'apporter une contribution significative à ce processus. Il s'agit notamment de...
The Senegal already took the necessary measures, operational measures with regards to implementing the NDCs, and within this framework I would like to say that we are already moving on and we want to contribute significantly to this process, and notably
il s'agit notamment adoption d'une politique ambitieuse de mix énergétique à travers un déploiement des centrales solaires et de parcs éoliens qui a permis d'atteindre aujourd'hui un taux de couverture de 30% de la capacité installée en énergie renouvelable en 2022.
So one of these measures is to adopt an ambitious policy with a mixed use of energy that would go through the use of solar energy, wind energy, which would enable us to make 30% of our capacity in renewable energy that we've installed and determined in 2022.
La signature récente du partenariat pour une transition énergétique juste va renforcer cette politique du mix énergétique et permettre à notre pays d'atteindre 40% de la capacité installée en énergie renouvelable en 2030 pour un coût estimé à 2,5 milliards de dollars.
The fact that we signed the partnership for a just and egalitarian energy transition is going to help us in this way, and we will be able to reach the 40% that we need as far as the renewable energies are concerned by 2030, and this will cost about $2.5 billion.
Les réflexions enclenchées au niveau national en vue de l'amélioration du cadre de la gouvernance climatique et d'une meilleure implication des acteurs non étatiques.
And in order to be able to reach this target at the national level, we need to improve the governance, climate governance, and also we need to put into effect the non-state organizations.
Lancement d'études préparatoires sur les modalités de mise en place d'une taxe carbone au Sénégal.
And we already make studies in order to put into place tax, carbon tax in Senegal, in order to be able to adapt to these changes.
Processus de mise en place du cadre de gouvernance sur le marché carbone, avec notamment le développement de la stratégie article 6 et la signature d'un arrêté sur les arrangements institutionnels du marché carbone.
And we're also trying to renew our legal framework for governance as far as the carbon market is concerned. And with this, we are aiming to develop a strategy, the Article 6 strategy, and we want to sign another decree as far as the institutional arrangements with regards to the national carbon market is concerned.
Et le Sénégal a manifesté clairement son intention d'utiliser les marchés carbone pour la mise en œuvre de sa CDN conditionnelle.
So we see that Senegal quite clearly shows its intention to use the carbon markets in order to put into place its conditional NDCs.
Et c'est dans ce sens que les gouvernements de la Norvège et du Sénégal ont signé depuis le 9 novembre 2023 un MOU sur le transfert de réduction des émissions dans le cadre de la CDN.
And it is in that direction that the governments of Norway and Senegal have signed on 9th November 2023 a memorandum of understanding on the transfer of reduction of greenhouse emissions, which is also within the framework of our NDCs.
Et les deux pays ont depuis lors intensifié leur collaboration et ont convenu de signer ici à Baku l'accord de mise en œuvre de l'article 6.2 liant nos deux pays et qui va jeter les bases de la mise en œuvre de cette collaboration bilatérale.
And ever since, the two countries have intensified their collaboration and they have signed here in Baku another agreement, which is an agreement to put into effect the Article 6.2, which is actually an article that establishes a link between the two countries, and this is going to constitute the basis of putting into effect this bilateral collaboration.
Et ce partenariat gagnant-gagnant appuyé par le GGGI permettra de renforcer la capacité installée en énergie renouvelable du Sénégal, rendre le secteur des énergies renouvelables plus attractif pour le privé, tout en générant des bénéfices non négligeables en matière de création d'emplois.
And this win-win partnership, which is also supported by the Global Green Growth Institute, will enable to reinforce the capacity that has already been installed as far as renewable energies of Senegal are concerned. And in order to render the sector of energies, renewable energies, even more attractive for the private sector, and this will create a lot of benefits, and it will create also jobs.
Et je ne saurais terminer cette allocution sans magnifier l'engagement constructif de la Norvège dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques.
And I cannot finish this speech without actually thanking the constructive engagement, the constructive efforts that your country has put into place when it comes to fight the changes that are due to climate change.
Le gouvernement du Sénégal s'engage à vos côtés pour une mise en œuvre réussie de cette nouvelle initiative et je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci.
The government of Senegal is on your side when it comes to putting into place everything that's related to the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative. I would like to thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Ngom. And I think the energy transition and the decree is showing the advanced action that Senegal is taking. So let me pass immediately to Permanent Secretary Chibamba of Zambia, please. Okay, the rule is don't hold it at the bottom.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Minister of Climate and Environment for Norway, Mr. Tore Oshas Sandik, the Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition from Senegal, His Excellency Dooda Ngom, the Deputy Chief of Staff, Minister of Finance and Economy of Benin, Ms. Odijotu Hassan, government officials here present, distinguished invited guests, members of the press, may I simply say, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted on behalf of my Minister of Green Economy and Environment, Honorable Mike Posha, who is not able to come here because he's committed elsewhere, but he would have loved to be here. But I'm honored to be here on his behalf to witness the launch of this landmark Norwegian Global Emissions Reduction Initiative here in Baku, Azerbaijan, during this COP29, which has been dubbed as the Finance COP. A couple of days ago, Zambia signed a bilateral agreement with Norway for Article 6 cooperative approaches under the Paris Agreement, a key milestone for my country in our pursuit for low carbon development and the achievement of our national climate change agenda. As a country, we have set ourselves ambitious NDC targets with the foresight of transformation and low carbon development in key sectors, including energy, waste, forestry, agriculture, among other sectors. Out of the key NDC targets, one sector has emerged as a key priority and pressing immediate need for our country, and this is the energy sector. As you may all be aware, Zambia is currently going through a punishing drought, which has wiped out our agricultural production about more than 50%. It has wiped out our electricity generation by more than 50%, because 85% of our electricity is generated from hydroelectric power. Indeed, we do appreciate the fact that hydroelectric power is green energy, but we have learned a hard lesson during this drought that we are going through, that without water, there is not going to be electricity. Like many other countries in sub-Saharan Africa, of course, our tariffs are not entirely cost reflective. And this is the reason why we are going into this cooperative arrangement, so that we have alternative sources of financing for renewable and other sources of energy to complement our hydropower electricity generation. We are delighted by this launch, the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative, because we see this as one of the possible sources of finance which is required for capacity building, project development, and implementation. We hope that with the opportunity that this initiative brings, we can accelerate access to carbon finance and private sector investments into our energy sector, and subsequently increase and diversify our energy portfolio away from heavy reliance on hydroelectricity. Our government recently launched the Integrated Resource Plan, which is a 30-year least cost investment strategy for electricity generation in Zambia. And our anticipation for Article 6 is that it will be concluded and operationalized at this COP29, so that it becomes part of our co-financing for grid-connected renewable power generation and for energy efficiency projects, as we agreed last year at Dubai in COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, we believe that the Norwegian Global Emissions Reduction Initiative will take us a step further towards our quest for investments in renewable energy alternatives, which are a priority at this moment in time when we are going through a debilitating drought. Our broader NDC sectors, such as energy, agriculture, climate-smart agriculture, could also benefit from some of the financing that is going to come through this initiative. As I conclude, I would like to commend the government of Norway for their exceptional commitment to promoting and supporting low-carbon development and green growth, but also for having confidence to work with us in Zambia. We are also committed to continue working together to reduce global emissions towards a more sustainable planet. My speech will not be complete without mentioning Triple GI for all your matchmaking activities that you have done to bring us this far. We are truly grateful. I thank you.
Dr. Chibamba, thank you so much. And the instruction is clear. Get the Article 6 rules sorted. And I know we have one member of the supervisory body and one negotiator from Senegal in the room. So your lunch break's nearly over, Mbai. Okay, so we move to the panel discussion, just to finish off now. And the organisers are, I will say, slightly concerned about timekeeping. So I will note we will only have time for one question, but I would like to just reflect a little on what we've heard so far against the recent open letter from over 20 climate leaders, including the president and chair of my organisation, Mr. Ban Ki-moon. We need to shift from negotiation to implementation, enabling the COP to deliver on agreed commitments and ensure the urgent energy transition. I wish he'd been here to hear those addresses and to see how implementation is happening. So more, of course, is needed. So let me, as slyly as possible, pass the buck over to my panelists. The order of who gets posed a question first is always tricky for a moderator, but as we aim to even up the playing field within the Carbon Transaction Facility, I'm going to do reverse alphabetical order, as I reckon Zambia needs a break on this one. So, Dr. Chibamba, how do you think Article 6 trading will enhance private sector towards climate action and green growth in Zambia? You've got a microphone down on the floor.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are looking forward to finalization of Article 6. As Zambia, we are ready. We have the carbon trading frameworks in place. We are at the verge of concluding the climate change and green economy bill. So in terms of legal and regulatory frameworks, we are definitely ready. So how this article is going to enhance carbon trading in Zambia is that, you remember, there is also a share of proceeds from here. So it's an opportunity for us to earn more income out of this. But most importantly, Article 6 and these agreements, bilateral agreements we have signed here, they open up the power sector to the private sector in Zambia. So we expect a lot of private sector interest in this space, that they'll come on board and help us to really diversify our energy generation away from heavy dependence on hydroelectricity. The government already has put in policy measures in place to attract the private sector. We have what we call an open access policy now. Anybody who can generate electricity from renewable sources can come to Zambia. You can put up a 5-megawatt solar plant, and then you'll be allowed to inject that power into the grid, and you'll be paid for that power that you're supplying to there. So we see a lot of interest from the private sector that they'll come on board and help us really to scale up our alternative energy production in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chibamba. And next I will go to Minister Ngom. Your country has been working with Norway for some time in the area of policy approaches, a new area that has been enabled by the Paris Agreement. Why did you do this, and what did you see as the advantage? I don't know if you'd like that translated.
Merci beaucoup. Je crois que le Sénégal a eu une expérience des crédits carbone avec le MDP d'abord, le mécanisme de développement propre. Et aujourd'hui, le Sénégal s'engage résolument vers l'implémentation de l'article 6. Parce que les crédits carbone peuvent être une opportunité pour nous. Je le dis souvent, nos pays, nous avons beaucoup de priorités en dehors de l'adaptation au changement climatique. Des priorités liées à l'éducation, à la santé, à l'accès à l'énergie, à l'accès à l'eau. Et aujourd'hui, les crédits carbone peuvent être une opportunité pour nous d'avoir des ressources pour s'adapter aux impacts du changement climatique, notamment les impacts liés au déficit hydrique, la sécheresse, mais également les impacts liés à l'érosion côtière, à la baisse de la productivité agricole également. Donc, ces crédits carbone peuvent être une opportunité et c'est dans ce sens que nous avons collaboré avec la Norvège pour mettre en œuvre l'article 6. Merci.
So thank you for giving me the floor with regards to these issues. I would like to say that Senegal has already an experience of clean energy now, and the implementation of Article 6 is something that we hold at our heart. It is very important. And we do believe that carbon credit is a huge opportunity for us, a huge opportunity. Why? Because as we are fighting poverty, we need to have education, we need to have safe access to health, safe access to energy, safe access to water resources. So the carbon credits will constitute this opportunity for us in order to be able to better adapt. And we also need to fight drought, we also need to fight other impacts of the climate change. And this is going to provide us the opportunity that we need, and therefore the collaboration with the Norwegians, with Norway, is hugely important.
Much. I think the message is clear: energy transition, private sector. There's a clear triggering and a priority. So next, let me move to Ms. Hassan of Benin, please. For yourself, your country is, I think I'm going to nickname you the Speedy Gonzales of working in Article 6. Is one of the fastest moving new entrants into the Article 6 field. Economic development and thus enabling the private sector is a strong driver for you. Can you explain a little more about your thinking about how you link these two from your perspective? Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes. Yes.
So, I'm really happy to be here today. I mean, representing my senior Minister of Economy and Finance. And as you may know, Benin has adopted, since 2016 now, since the President Patrice Talon came into office, has adopted a really market-ready approach. Why? Because we truly believe that economic development and sustainable development are key pillars for the next generation. But there is the reality. According to World Bank, Benin's rank 152. 52nd out of 181 countries for extreme climate vulnerabilities. Coastal erosion alone is causing over 50% and threatening over 50% of our coastal population, which is very high. And alongside vital infrastructures and economic activities, we have a port which is contributing at a high rate on our GDP. And this threat is really crucial to be addressed. And in response to these challenges, the government has enacted a new law on the public-private partnership, along with accomplished measures designate to facilitate private sector implementation in Benin. And since 2021, with the first SDG bond ever in Africa issued by Benin, we put our country ready to be able to address both national economic growth, sustainable development, and also putting in place a high governance to be able to monitor all those results. And this is not only a climate challenge, it's also an opportunities, and it's how we are seeing the partnership and the collaboration we are having with countries like Norway by signing Article 6 agreement, bilateral agreement. And you were saying that, Fenella, we are not only, we are we are at speed when it comes to economic growth and sustainable challenges. I will give you an example. Through sustainable land management, for example, Benin is addressing not only food insecurity, but also combating deforestation and restoring natural carbon sinks and enhancing farmers' productivities. Because we are believing that by putting people and population in the center of our framework and our policy, we are looking for a sustainable future. This initiative not only build climate resilience, but also stimulate export. We have putting industrialization in the key as a key factor of our development. We have developed an economical zone because, you know, Benin is the first African producer of cotton, but we don't want to export anymore raw material, cotton as a raw material. We want to transform cotton because it will then create a job and also make our country more attractive for investors. And in the energy sector, because we cannot talk about industrialization without energy, Benin's vision is on the renewable energy, saying that we need to have by 2030 and 2040 an energy mix that allowed us to have an affordable energy for the private sector, but also for all those industrial zones that will be created in the coming years. However, none of this progress is possible without innovating financing. And Article 6 and carbon credit monetization is key. It's really seen in Benin as a catalytic solution, which will enable us to catalyze first on that market, but also unleash the potential of the capital market, where Benin is quite has a good track record. Right. And since COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, we have created a carbon framework in Benin. We have created the governance in Benin that allowed us now to be able to sign with Norway. And really thank you, Minister. We signed 2 days ago. A bilateral agreement, and as Fenella was mentioning, this collaboration and discussion start only 7 months ago. So we are indeed a speed mover. And I will conclude by saying that we are foreseeing next COP in COP30, where we are convinced that we will have transaction attracting Norwegian companies in Benin for our renewable energy project. We have a lot in the pipeline. We are in discussion. So yes, we are a fast mover. We have 3 key pillars to be addressed: renewable energy with energy independency, food security, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adija. No more selling cotton, selling T-shirts. There we go. So I move to you last, our host, Minister Sandvik. You've announced today that you will contribute to GGGI's Carbon Transaction Facility as the first implementation partnership under the NOGA initiative. The CTF has a primary objective to even up the playing field of Article 6-based trading. How do you feel this aligns with Norway's approach to trading? And I will just note we only have a couple of minutes, sorry.
I will try to be brief. First of all, Norway's approach is to put the host countries in the driver's seat. They know their economy and their needs best, and we think that's the right way to do it. But that doesn't mean that we don't have expectations. We expect high standards, both to environment and other standards, and we also want verifiable reductions. And that's also why we have this cooperation with you, the 3GI. However, it's also about building capacity. And the Norwegian reduction emission initiative, NOGR in this ocean of acronyms, not Roger, but NOGR, is also about building capacity to make the host countries also demand for more, and also do the job. I think I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, and thank you. I'm sorry to have squeezed your time a little bit there. I think I will just conclude from what I've heard on the panel is that the co-benefits that people often talk about are actually the primary challenges and the primary needs of the selling countries. And here, Norway as a buying country is saying we want to address change, and change is green growth within the countries that they're partnering with. So it's a real acceleration, but also a turning upside down of the narrative a little bit. It's not trading for trading's sake. It's supporting transition, development, growth, industrialization, food security in countries that need it, and helping climate action and climate ambition globally. So I'd like you to all put your hands together and thank our panelists so very much for their contributions and celebrate the launch of the NOGA facility initiative. Thank you so very much.
Welcome to this event on sustainable consumption in the Nordic countries. Welcome to you who are here with us at COP29, and welcome to you who are online. This session is going to look at the need for politics that are successful to reduce emission-based consumption emissions. And the event is a collaboration between CICERO, Center for International Climate Research in Norway, KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden, and the Nordic Council of Ministries. In rich countries, consumption-based GHG emissions are typically higher than territorial emissions. We will discuss a recent report from the Nordic Council of Ministries with contributions from 26 researchers from the Nordic countries, and reflect upon how Nordic collaboration can be beneficial to reduce emissions from consumption. And our first speaker is Merete Dotterud Leiren. She's a research director at CICERO, and she will talk about dilemmas of reducing consumption and emission insights from Norway.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here at the COP and at the Nordic Pavilion and to speak about this very important topic. So first, I will give you a definition of what consumption-based emissions are. Then I will give you an example of how they vary across certain countries. And finally, I will present some dilemmas when trying to reduce consumption-based emissions. So the presentation isn't, oops, it's not in the presentation. There you go. So consumption-based emissions include all emissions related to production and consumption of what we consume at home in our countries, regardless of where in the world the emissions actually occur. So for wealthy countries, consumption-based emissions are usually larger than the territorial emissions. And this figure shows how consumption-based emissions related to the production and consumption, what we consume, vary across some examples of countries. And this is relative to the territorial emissions, which you find in blue color, and the consumption-based emissions are in orange color. So in this figure, we've only included the fossil CO2 emissions. And the numbers are from 2021 because it takes time to update and gather the data. And this illustration shows that especially the two European countries included, France and Germany, they have very high consumption-based emissions compared to their territorial ones. US also have very high consumption-based emissions. So they are importing a lot of emissions. In contrast, we see that the consumption-based emissions in China and Brazil, they are not so different from their territorial ones. But if we would have included emissions also from forestry and land use, I think the Brazil one would look a bit different because there's a lot of deforestation for the purpose of producing goods like meat, soya, and minerals, also for exportation. Russia and India, they have lower consumption-based emissions than the territorial emissions. Russia is, for example, a very large exporter of fossil fuels, and India also exports a lot of goods and has a less wealthy population. So consumption-based emissions, they are important because if we want to save the planet, we need to start focusing much more on the avoid dimension of what we call the ASI framework. So the ASI pyramid shows 3 ways of cutting emissions. We can cut emissions either through avoiding consumption, so for example, by holding a meeting digitally rather than traveling by car to that meeting, or we can shift our emissions, shift our consumption, for example, by taking the bicycle, walking, or the bus instead of driving the car. And then we can improve the solutions, for example, with new technologies, such as when we electrify the transport sector. In the society today, there's a lot of focus on the technological solutions, so the improved dimension. But to solve the climate change, there is also a need to change consumption behavior. In surveys, people express that they have a scientific understanding of climate change. A majority believes that climate change is happening and that human activities drive climate change. Still, however, they're not that inclined to do that much about it. In a climate survey carried out by Cicero among Norwegians, we find that a majority doesn't really want to eat less meat, or drive less fossil car, or travel less by airplanes. But they say they're willing to reduce the energy in buildings, so the energy efficiency, and also reduce food waste. So perhaps they're willing to do the easier changes. When trying to reduce consumption, a lot of dilemmas occur. In the food sector, for example, vegetarian or vegan foods that taste like meat, is a good climate-friendly alternative for people who love meat. Unfortunately, such meat substitutes are ultra-processed, and ultra-processed foods are increasingly perceived as being bad for your health. So interestingly, while this knowledge seems to affect the intake of plant-produced food, it doesn't seem to affect the intake of ultra-processed meat as much. At least in Norway, the consumption of meat remains stable. In the transport sector, the private car is the cause of many environmental concerns. Norway, which is at the forefront of electrifying the transport sector, now sees a new tendency, because people no longer consider the car as being bad for the climate. Now that people drive an electric vehicle, there's less of an incentive to avoid using the car or shift to other modes. And this way, the problem of consumption in the transport sector is transferred to the power sector. And this is a sector where there are struggles with large resistance against wind turbines, and therefore many wind power projects fail to realize. Renewable energy conflicts tend to be about the battle for land. And the same land use conflicts are present also when we look at the electrification sector. The green transition will require large amounts of resources and minerals, which also create such conflicts about the battle for land. The circular economy offers a solution. So the best way to reduce growth and waste is to repair. Unfortunately, there's a lack of good business models and profitable solutions, and most companies in the repair business, they struggle unless they are supported by public authorities or because the public sector takes over some of their ideas. At the same time, it's not clear that circularity will actually reduce the amount of waste. It doesn't help much to recycle your personal computer if it allows you to change your computer every 2 years rather than every 5 years. It's still a consumer life cycle. So the mountain of rubbish continues to increase. So to sum up, wealthy countries have larger consumer-based emissions and territorial emissions, and climate solutions are prone with different dilemmas and paradoxes, and there's a need to change incentives and business models in a way that makes the mountains of waste stop growing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Merete, and a lot of dilemmas that I look forward for having a discussion on in the panel. Our next speaker is Göran Finnveden. He's a professor at the Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. He will introduce us for policy options for reducing consumption-based emissions, taken from the report that this session is based on. So please go ahead, Göran. You are online and welcome to us.
Thank you very much. And thank you for providing the opportunity to present the report that we wrote for the Nordic Council of Ministers. Is it possible to show my PowerPoint? Thank you very much. So this is the report. It was written by a team of Nordic collaborators representing all the 5 larger Nordic countries. Let's see if I can change slide. Does that work? Can the technician help me to change slide?
Push the next one. Yeah. Yeah, it's your, if you push the next one.
Förlåt?
You have to push the next one, since you're sharing the
Yes,
PowerPoint.
but where do I do that?
It's in your PowerPoint. Alt-tab.
But I don't see my power. I see your slides. I don't see my
du kan minimera
PowerPoint
Zoom.
here. No?
Hello. You can minimize Zoom and then just go into your PowerPoint and use it as you normally do.
Now does it change? Yes. Thank you. So these are the consumption-based emissions of carbon dioxide, so not all greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide in the 4 larger Nordic countries. So the yellow one, it's per capita emissions. So the yellow one is Norway, the red one is Finland, the blue one is Denmark, and the gray one is Sweden. And we can see that there is a decreasing trend. The emissions have decreased in all countries, but of course, so this is good, but of course it's not good enough, because we need to go down to net zero in order to not continue increasing the temperature. So one can ask, why target consumption? Isn't it enough to focus on the territorial emissions that we have in our own countries? Well, there are some aspects to it. If there are limited technical possibilities to reduce emissions, it can be efficient to target consumption instead. Also, policies target production in one country can lead to production moving to other countries. We talk about carbon leakage, which can be avoided by targeting consumption. I think it's important to remember also that consumption-based policies is something that we have a lot of. It's not something new. We have a lot of consumption-based policies that are widely used and well accepted in society. One obvious example is VAT, which is we have in, if not all, most countries, and it's sometimes also differentiated. We have taxes on alcohol and tobacco. We have, for example, regulations of hazardous chemical products, etc. We have a lot of consumption-based policies in our societies that are well accepted. Another aspect is that policies targeting consumption can support mitigation also in other countries. It may be difficult for one country to influence emissions in other countries, but through consumption-based policies, we can do that. So it is a useful tool in the toolbox. It is one of the tools that can be used, but it can, of course, be improved. In this report, we had an overview of around 100 consumption-based policies that are in use or that have been suggested. And 21 of these were further evaluated in a so-called Policy Delphi by Nordic experts from all 5 major Nordic countries. And the evaluation was based on feasibility and potential to reduce emissions. So this is the long list of policies, the 100 policies. I'm of course not going to go through them, go to the general recommendations and some conclusions. The first one is to sharpen existing policies. It can be more effective to sharpen existing policies than introducing new ones, which takes more time. Typically. So reduce emission limits, increase reduction targets, increase existing emission taxes can all be efficient ways of moving forward. And concerning emission taxes, it can be noted that environmental taxes in all Nordic countries are below the OECD average. There's perhaps we tend to overestimate our leadership here and that we are moving ahead, but actually it is the environmental taxes are lower than the OECD average. And they are quite limited also in all countries. For example, in Sweden, the environmental taxes are less than 4% of the overall taxes. So there is a potential to increase them and use the other 96% to balance if there are side effects that we want to avoid. The second general recommendation is to get acceptance, use policy packages. By combining several policies in a package, we can increase acceptance and become more efficient. For example, combine taxes on pollutants with subsidies on better alternatives and compensation for groups that have no alternatives. That is one type of package that can increase acceptance and be more efficient. Another type can be to combine regulations with information, and then of course also it's important to note that information alone is quite inefficient. It's not very effective, but in combination with other tools it can be very useful. A third general recommendation is to increase the Nordic cooperation. The Nordic countries trade quite a lot with each other, so if we can have similar policies in several countries, it can avoid moving emissions and jobs through carbon leakage. A fourth general recommendation is avoid policies that increase emissions. So avoid, for example, subsidies that increase emissions. These policies are typically expensive and inefficient to support, and it's inefficient to support activities that increase emissions. They are often also regressive. It benefits those people that are more well off, so they can be avoided. So this is the final slide. Here is the links to the report if you want to read more, and the summary of the general recommendation: sharpen existing policies, use policy packages, increase Nordic cooperation, and avoid policies that increase emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Göran. And now we are very lucky to have a panel with representatives from the Norwegian and Swedish Parliament, and also a representative from civil society in Sweden and the Nordic Council of Ministers. So please come and have a seat. Karin Leksén from Naturskyddsföreningen, an environmental NGO in Sweden, And the members of parliament in Sweden, Helena Storkenfeldt from Moderaterna and Jytte Guteland from Socialdemokraterna. Then we have a member of parliament in Norway, Lars Haltbrekken, and we have Dan Koivilaxo from the Nordic Council of Ministers, an official spokesman at COP. Thank you. Oh. Yes. So, yes, what are your first short reflections on what you have heard from the researchers here? Karen, you can start.
Thank you very much. I think that, first of all, I'd like to really congratulate on a very important report, and it's very much welcome to highlight the importance of consumption-based emissions. We tend to forget those, and so we really appreciate that you are focusing on these. We think there's a need for a target on, and this is something that we have been pushing for a long time. Also, we appreciate the mention of carrots and sticks, the need for strengthening the tools we already have, but also to address the packages. It's really relevant to say that if the transition is to succeed, there is a need for a just transition that is also recognized as just, but without raising the emissions. And this is also what we appreciate from this report.
Thank you. Helena?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here today. It feels very weird to talk into a microphone and not hear myself being blasted out into the room, but it's ingenious, I must say. Many different thoughts. I think we're going to get into more of a broader discussion later, but in general, I think it's very good that it was also mentioned, I think in the first presentation, that somewhere along the lines that we need to understand that we are a lazy species. And that is something that we need to have in the back of our minds when we are creating policy as well. We have a very high acceptance for climate-related policy in the Nordic countries. However, we still need to keep in mind that creating a world, a society, a lifestyle that is worse than it is today is not a good way to go. That is not how we're going to create this acceptance. But I think understanding how to create acceptance in a good way to make sure the green transition is actually possible, that is a key here. Thank you.
Jytte.
Very timely and important. It's always a bit difficult to be later on in the panel because people say wise things. I agree to what's been said, both about how we might be a lazy creature sometime, but also about just transition. And I think it is extremely important to get people on board to change. Then we need the just transition as a base, because otherwise people will not vote for change and they will feel that they are the losers in this transition. But that said, to add something, I do think what we heard about the tax system is important too, and the pricing, because since we are lazy and we go for the alternatives that we have ahead of us, we need to work also on what's the incentives when you go to the store, when you book that travel, when you buy the car or not, or make a public transport instead. The incentives are money, and we need to create a better model there. Because I worked with the ETS system in the EU, because I was a former member of the European Parliament, and I worked in 2 reforms of ETS, and also the new in Fit for 55. We started also with ETS for shipping sector and also aviation to do more. And just to conclude, I really think the industry were helped by having incentives. So we need to do something broader also to help when you consume, and money is the word there.
Thank you so much. Lars, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Yes, I think we need a target for the consumption-based CO2 emissions. And I agree with a lot of things that's been said. And I think that things should be easy for people to choose the climate-friendly ways of behaving. And in Norway, we have two examples. In 2016, we set a national goal saying that in 2025, all new vehicles that were to be sold should be electric vehicles. Today, 90% of all new vehicles that are sold in Norway are electric vehicles. And we have used the tax system on new cars to make it easier and cheaper for people to choose an electric vehicle when they are in the car store planning to buy a new car. The other example is from 2012, when the government decided that within 2020 no one were allowed anymore to use oil to heat their homes. And then we had a program for shifting from oil to other sources for heating the home, and people that used oil for heating their home got support from a state directorate to shift from oil to renewable heating. And both these examples show that we can achieve a lot by using the tax system, by using some support and using as well regulations.
Thank you. These examples, Dan?
Yeah, hi everyone, and welcome also on my behalf here to the Nordic Pavilion. I think, well, I represent the funder of the report for the Nordic Council of Ministers, but I would like to say that one of the main kind of outlines for the report, which I really like, is the approach that there is no single silver bullet. We have an extreme urgency in climate action, as we all know. We don't need to start discussing, do we have an urgency? We all know that. So we need to focus on all possible things that we can do to get to the emissions. And the report writers having 100 different alternatives on how to limit approaches. I think that is quite ambitious, and that kind of reflects over the levels of ambition we need to have. And we know that consumers on a general level, on a policy level, they are as we heard, they accept multiple restraints into their everyday life, although they might not want to make or put these restraints on themselves. So there is also the possibility of not only supporting the supply of a more ecologically or climately sound products, but also limiting not sound products. And this might need bans, or it might need incentives to transform production. But all of these measures need to be put in place, and we need to rethink, such as I mean, frequent flyer miles are a very old example, but frequent flyer tax, for example, is one of the things that reports outlines as one of the 12 most tentative approaches to this thing. Or if I relate back to other events we have had as this pavilion, we were speaking about globally binding plastic agreement the other day that takes into account the whole life cycle of plastics, also the production. So if we ban, for example, single-use plastics, then there will be very little demand for them because the product is not in the market. The whole toolbox has to be available, but the most important thing, and which I'm happy to say today when we have 3 politicians on the panel, is that we need political leadership here, and also most likely, if we are to become climate sound, we need to also make decisions that everybody likes every time, and that is of course the difficulty in politics, but that is also what we need to get done. Thank you.
Thank you. So lots of Merete presented a lot of dilemmas, and you also mentioned just transition in the beginning here. But is there a trade-off between efficiency and a rapid transition and a just transition? Any takers on that? Karin?
So actually, the Naturskyddsföreningen is Swedish, the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation. The way we are working is that we are putting forward different suggestions. And actually, yesterday we launched a report with 27 proposals on how to combine emission reduction in an efficient way and to do it in a just way, because I think this is what we need to find. We need the acceptance. And so here we have looked into transport allowance for low-income households instead of the current politics in Sweden to reducing taxes on fossil fuels and still support vulnerable households. Another suggestion is a progressive energy taxation based on electricity consumption. And then also recognizing the importance of the food system. We are currently investigating how you could combine policy instruments for reducing emissions from food production and still also promote biodiversity. And of course, consumption is really important here, what and how to consume, but also natural grazing. We believe it's important and possible to combine efficiency and radical emissions reductions with a just transition, but you need to really have these packages where you combine these two things.
Thank you.
Yes, I definitely believe that there is a connection between just transition and be able for country to do it faster, the transition. It might not feel that way in the beginning, but if you get a tempo in it and people feel that the politicians have an idea of where we are going, then there will be a mandate to continue to do more reforms, and it will be easier for the parliaments to actually do more and more to reduce emissions and greenhouse gases emissions. What do I have in evidence for this? Of course, you can look at reports now and so, but I would also say that coming from Sweden, having the experience of living in a country who were like so modern in the past that we were a bit ridiculous, actually. We were always like, is it new? We want it. New. That's us. That's the Swedish mentality. And I believe that comes from being safe. Have the feeling, the sensation that the politicians will protect me. If I change my job, if I lose a job, I will get a new one. And I will not be very poor in between, because I have help systems and I also have the opportunity to educate myself to the new systems. I have a history as an evidence here that Sweden in the past were like that. We were offering general welfare with high standard, trade unions who were strong, safety systems economically, for education also, that made people not sentimental. People wanted to explore, do new things. And in this transition, we need to feel like that. We need to feel optimism. But now people are afraid. They feel like if I lose what I have, everything will be taken from me. And I'm not sure I will survive. So that's the mentality we live in today. And that makes it a bit difficult to kind of preach for lower emissions. So yes, it comes together. Safety, just transition, and also cut emissions.
Thank you. Helena?
Thank you. I agree with what Jutta said, and I just wanted to add to that, because I think we will not be able to have an efficient green transition if it is not also just. I agree with everything Jutta said about our welfare system. That is what has laid the groundwork of us being able to create so many different opportunities in Sweden and in the Nordic countries. So that is absolutely it's essential. I was on a different panel yesterday about SRHR in climate crisis, and I believe that is a part of having a just transition as well. I liked what was mentioned before about policy packages, because we cannot be creating climate policy without also thinking about how is this going to affect certain groups in society. When it comes to SRHR, we know that, which is sexual and reproductive health and rights, it is always women's and girls' rights that are the first to go in any kind of crisis. We know that it's the exact same thing when it comes to the climate. So these are all things that we need to keep in perspective. And we also need to change the mindset about this transition being something difficult and negative. This is development, and that is how we need to start talking about the green transition.
Thank you. Dan?
At the Nordic Council of Ministers, we are founding our policies on three foundations. That's ecological, economical, and social kind of pillar, and so it's obvious that we need to have a just transition to keep everybody on board. I think that also in current times is very much related to societal resilience and polarization and issues as such. So these are, I mean, most importantly, when we look at the green transition and so on, and big social transformations, we need to realize that they affect all aspects of society, and we need to keep all our very rapidly aging population involved in this process, and that's extremely important for also the legitimacy of any such decisions that, as I mentioned earlier, are not always as easy for all population groups. Just this comment. Thanks.
A lot of wise things are said, and I would underline that in combination with a ambitious climate policy to reduce the emissions, we also need a ambitious social policy for making our societies more equal, and that's important to make people safe. That even if you make it more expensive to drive a polluting car, there are other things in the tax system that will help those with the lower income.
So that not every climate policy needs to be just in itself.
No, and that's not possible. But the sum of the policies, the climate policy, the tax policy, etc., needs to both lead to a cut in emission, but also a more equal society.
Thank you. Göran Finnveden, he talked about the recommendations on more Nordic collaboration, or that it's beneficial to have common rules or regulations or policies across the Nordic countries. Do we have examples of that, and how do you think we can work together to achieve more collaboration?
We have extremely much example of good Nordic collaboration, but we don't have joint Nordic legislation except for that of those EU regulations which apply to them EU countries, and trade regulations that apply also to other signatories of other parties regardless of EU membership. But there is no body for Nordic legislation, so that makes it of course very difficult to agree on things. But cooperation agreements can of course be put in place, and I don't know how exactly, I mean, you'd have to go into particular policy to look at how that is best advanced in the Nordic context. It's very difficult to give an overall answer to for example, on how to promote banning of short flights in the Nordics, for example, because that has to do very much with local traffic possibilities and national decisions on how to support traffic in various areas, for example. So it is a idea we of course very much fully support, but that will happen more in the EU context if we talk about legislative measures.
I agree, and I would also say, of course, in the Nordic Council, I believe that there are these kind of discussions how to help each other with the legislation and help out and give good examples. And for me, as being a politician in Sweden, and I believe it's like that no matter what party we belong to, we learn from our sister parties in the Nordic countries, and then also by examples like this week when we heard about Denmark and how there is a new climate tax that's proposed from a broad majority of the parties, that gives, of course, very important signal to us in Sweden that we need to cooperate on different angles on climate, and I believe that's helpful. On the contrary, when you see that it's a decline in ambition, in willingness to do things, that will also spill over to our neighbor countries. So you could not overestimate how important it is to have neighbors who have ideas, optimism, are a driving force for climate.
I just wanted to add that I think we can do more together. There are certain areas of policy where one country cannot have as great of an impact as we do on with the EU platform as one example. But if we're not getting enough progress within the EU, I think we in the Nordics can do much more together. And one of those issues is how we handle companies like Temu and Shein, and how we are importing all these like hazardous products that contain chemicals that are actually illegal on the EU market, but they are still coming in. How do we get how do we deal with that? A country like Sweden might not be able to deal with it on its own, but in the Nordics, can we do something together? I know that is one of the issues that our climate minister thinks about often. Thank you.
Thank you, Karin.
So being here in Baku, I of course must express the frustration that many environmentalists feel with the situation here, and also in my country, that we are lagging behind targets. That's why I'm so happy to listen to both Jytte and Helena here, that speaks about development instead of burden, that speaks of possibilities instead of hinders. And I think something that the Nordic countries can do together is really to try together to shift the narrative and to try to build another story about this transition. Why it is important, not only as a burden, but also as a possibility. And there is a lot of common ground, I think, between the different Nordic countries. I think there is a strong need for a Nordic collaboration on really setting a good example to the world, especially right now. We really need hope. We need politics in the spirit that both three of you actually presented here. And this is something that the Nordic countries really could come forward with. I'm really longing for that. As you were saying in the beginning, we need political leadership, and we need a Nordic leadership, I think, right now. And that goes also with civil society. We need a strengthened civil society within the Nordic countries as well, and that is also something that we are working on.
Thank you, Dan, and then Lars.
Yeah, just to add on a little bit, I talked about the legislative power, but that's not, of course, all. We also have other sort of advisory power or softer powers. And for example, one of our flagships at the Nordic Council of Ministers and in the Nordic cooperation is the Nordic nutrition recommendations, where 400 researchers, leading experts, have put up recommendations on what we should eat. We know how important the food system is for emissions, and here this ideally, when we are eating healthier, more plant-based and so on, that will ideally also be ecologically just, but then combining this, for example, with public procurement or issues like this can have big impacts, although it does not necessarily require any change in legislation.
And there are a lot of things we can do in each country regarding things like Temu. We could make it cheaper to buy used clothes and more expensive to import those clothes. And those are things that we have proposed in the Norwegian Parliament because you can import clothes up to 3,000 Norwegian kroners without paying tax for it, which is a support for ideas like Temu. So let's remove that that freedom and instead put a tax on those clothes from Temu and others selling this actually garbage. And make it easier and cheaper to buy used things.
Thank you so much to the panel. This is the time is unfortunately up, but we have been given a lot of food for thoughts and ideas, and I hope that we can strengthen the Nordic collaboration for the future. So thank you so much, and please give a hand to the panelists and
thank you.
Thank you.
put on a set of headphones. We're about to start. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Nordic Pavilion here at COP29 in Baku. A warm welcome to those of you following us online on the live stream or watching this event on the recording after the event has taken place. My name is Aaron Taki, and I'm here from the Nordic Council of Ministers, and I have the honor to be your moderator for today's event, hosted by the Nordic Council of Ministers and Demos Helsinki, entitled Climate Neutral Visions for 2050. Notions of the good life, new economic models, and welfare beyond GDP. Over the course of the next hour and a half, we're going to visualize what the carbon neutral society can look like. We're going to hear about a new report commissioned by the Nordic Council of Ministers on alternative measures to GDP. And we'll have expert commentary on this report by our special guest, and then have 3 panelists on stage exploring these visions and the outcomes of this report, and also hearing from you in the audience about your visions for the future and the carbon neutral society. So this event builds on 2 work streams of different projects that we've had at the Nordic Council of Ministers. The first one is this report that I mentioned, which will soon be presented by my colleague Theo Cox, who's joining us online, called A Beyond GDP View of Nordic Performance. But this event also builds on another series of work packages called the Nordic Stocktake and Visions Report. And this builds upon the Nordic Declaration for Carbon Neutrality signed by Nordic climate and prime ministers during 2019. And one of those signatories we actually have here in the room joining us in the panel. And the idea with the Nordic Stocktake report was to follow the global stocktake that's taking place here at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change negotiations. And it works in much the same way. The Nordic Stocktake took stock of the progress made in the Nordic region towards our goals and the remaining work that needs to be done. But it's hard to know where to go or how to get to a destination if you don't know what the destination looks like. So parallel to the Nordic Stocktake report, we also had the Nordic Visions project, where we tried to demystify what a carbon neutral society looks like and create a positive vision of the future. Because with this positive vision, it's easier for us to move towards that vision, that desired outcome, that desired society of the future. And we actually went on tour this summer at the Nordic Democracy Festivals and presented the results of the Nordic Stocktake and Visions reports. We visited the Nordic countries in the democracy festivals, and we talked about the outcomes of the report. And like we'll do today, we asked panelists and audience members for their personal visions of the carbon neutral society of the future. And we took with us this suitcase that you'll see here on stage. This is called the Future Suitcase. And the Future Suitcase contains both objects from 2024 that we think we might need in the future. We asked panelists at our events to contribute something to the Future Suitcase. And you can see, for example, we have a card game about energy. The idea there being that we also need to have fun during the green transition and the way to get there. We have a climate cooking book to learn more about climate-friendly foods. And we also have a book here from the Danish Green Youth Movement. But we also have some objects from the future, one could say, objects that we will also need in the future. And here we have, for example, a basaltic rock, which is carbon dioxide captured in Iceland and stored permanently in basalt. We also have some low emissions cement from Sweden. But of course, we also had visions, the visions from our audience members, and you'll see these cards here on the chairs in front of you, because we will ask you to also contribute a vision to the Future Suitcase. So you're welcome to look at the Future Suitcase. It's on display here at the Nordic Pavilion at COP29 for the rest of the week. And please contribute your vision as well. But maybe you've not thought so much about what the carbon neutral society looks like, and that's okay. That's what we're going to explore deeper today. And we're going to run a bit of an exercise that we've done also at the Nordic Democracy Festivals. And we're going to do that right now. So what I'm going to ask you to do, if you want, I invite you, you may close your eyes, but if not, avert your gaze, maybe lower your gaze. Try not to look at anything that distracts you, at least. Don't look at me. And I want you to take a few deep breaths, and we're soon going to depart from the year 2024. So take deep breaths and forget about this year. Forget about any ideas that you might have about the future or any pathways towards any goals of the future. Leave that all behind. Because instead, we're going to arrive directly at the year 2050, the year where, on a global average, we should have reached a carbon neutral society. It might be hard to imagine where that is or what that feels like. So perhaps think of some people that you know. Think about how old they might be in the year 2050. Perhaps think of some children that you might know, because there will be a big age jump when they're living in the year 2050. Children of people you know, your own children or children that might come into the world. And try to find a setting for the carbon neutral society. Perhaps it's at your future home, your future workplace, a future place of leisure activities, somewhere in nature. It could be a favorite place of yours in a city or in the countryside from today, but in the future. Try and imagine yourself there. And try and imagine the people who you interact with in that future setting, friends or family, or if you're in nature, maybe the plants and animals around you. Imagine who's there. What do they go about in their daily lives? What are they doing? And little by little, try to expand this setting and think about the communities around you. What are the communities doing? Perhaps think about places of education, schools, for example, or parks, ecosystems, or maybe workplaces. If any of the places that I mentioned catch your imagination, feel free to stay there and dig deeper in your personal setting, or feel free to keep building your vision of the future with the more places and ideas I'm going to add for you to interact with. Completely up to you. You might think about places of culture or art or sports. But then let's expand our vision a little bit more and think about how this society functions. How are decisions made in this society? How do we move around in this society? How much do we move around in this society? What kind of food do we eat in this future society? Where does that come from? Have a think about the different goods that we consume, the different services that we consume in the future society. Where are they produced? How are they produced? And what happens with them when we no longer use them? You may expand this vision more if you like and think about the agriculture system. You might think about energy and waste, transport and trades. Whatever you want to imagine in your future society. If something catches your attention, dig deeper. Think deeper about it. And as you reflect more and more about this future society, start to ask yourself, what is a good life in the future society? How do the people around you define what a good life is and good life quality? What are people doing with their time and resources, their free time, for example? Dig a bit deeper. explore any other ideas that you want to add to your vision of the future society. Because soon you'll pack your travel case, your suitcase, and depart this society. Dig a little bit deeper. Anything else you want to add? Thinking about the people, the ecosystems, the society, the economy. Because now we're going to depart the year 2050. Take a little mental note of what you've learned during this exercise and what you want to remember about your future society. And when you feel ready and comfortable, bring your attention back to this room and to the year 2024, where we are today. Great. I hope that was a meaningful exercise for you all. I know at least one person in the audience has done this exercise before, but every time you do it, I'm sure you add to your vision of the future society. And soon we'll hear more about that. But now we're going to leave our future visions behind for a little while. Soon we'll come back to them. And I'm just going to check if Theo Cox is on the line. Hi, Theo. Can we get a hello from you?
Hello. Great to be here.
Can you hear Theo? Fantastic. So Theo Cox is from Demos Helsinki, and he was the project leader for the report that I mentioned earlier, Beyond GDP View of Nordic Performance. Theo, you've had quite a lot of insights, I imagine, from doing this project, and we're very eager to hear about what this might mean also for the good life in 2050. But I'll give the word over to you, Theo, now, and we look forward to hearing about the report.
Thanks so much, Aaron. And thank you all for being here with me today. It's a great pleasure to be speaking to you. So, as Aaron mentioned, I'm a senior expert at the think tank Demos Helsinki. We're globally operating, entirely independent, and on a mission to fight for a fair, sustainable, and joyful next era. Now, the image on the slide after this one shows the impact model we use to guide our efforts for change. And as Aaron mentioned, we've been privileged to work with the Nordic Council of Ministers on an upcoming report which analyses the Nordic countries through the lens of beyond GDP metrics. And I'll be taking you through that work a little bit today. But I'd like to start by asking you a question. What do you think of when you think of the Nordic countries? Now, for many of you, I'm sure that's going to be the welfare state. But it might also be a deep connection to nature, as is evidenced by the lovely picture on the next slide there. And also perhaps environmental leadership on the world stage. But what happens if we measure things differently? And Aaron, if you wouldn't mind skipping another couple of slides. And that's perfect. And so how does this perception shift? We analysed 5 countries in the Nordics through the Beyond GDP metrics that I'm about to take you through, and suffice to say, the results were pretty surprising. Next slide, please. But maybe I'll rewind to start and explore why we need to go beyond GDP in the first place. Now, most obviously to the context of COP, it has a huge ecological blind spot. The destruction of our environment shows up nowhere in GDP. However, many things show up positively, which, to be honest, really shouldn't. So the only time that a forest shows up in a GDP metric is if it's cut down and sold for wood, for example. And similarly, if massive levels of air pollution mean that more and more people have to buy face masks, then that's, again, something that's only going to show up positively in GDP. But there's also conditions that are relevant to the just transition, which are worth exploring. So first, GDP is totally insensitive to distribution. So gains and losses to the richest and the poorest are treated entirely equally. And that means it's a portal to guide achieving distributional justice, which, as we know, must be at the heart of the environmental transition. It's also a really bad way of tracking welfare. So its creator, the economist Simon Kuznets, explicitly warned against using it as a welfare metric, and yet that's exactly what we're doing. And the so-called Easterlin paradox shows up again and again in the research that shows that, at least when it comes to richer countries, growth in GDP doesn't reliably improve well-being across societies. So to conclude, a focus on GDP is a poor way of achieving well-being, it's a poor way of achieving it inclusively, and it's a particularly poor way of achieving it sustainably. And that's why we've got to look beyond it. Next slide, please, Aaron. So to do so, we've selected 3 metrics by which to examine the Nordics. And the paper gives a little bit more detail on how we selected these, but for the moment, I'll just take you through each of them in turn. So to start on the next slide with the Sustainable Development Index. This was created by Professor Jason Hickel, some of you may be aware of, at the University of Barcelona, Autonomous University of Barcelona. And it's an adaptation of the UNDP's Human Development Index and its planetary pressures adjusted cousin, the PHDI. And it's meant to give what it claims to be a more realistic picture of sustainability than particularly the PHDI. Now, it's based on 5 indicators: education, life expectancy, income, CO2 emissions, and material footprint. And the first 3 of these are used to calculate a development index, which is then divided by ecological overshoot as calculated based on the last 2 of these indicators. Now, it's important to say that it accounts for consumption rather than just production-based impact, so that it also stuff that's embedded in trade. And this is really essential given the offshoring of production from rich countries that we see in the modern world. It also interestingly caps the value of income at $20,000 US, as Hickel argues basically that under the right policy conditions and the right choices, this should be adequate for everybody to live a flourishing life within planetary boundaries. So in other words, being astronomically rich only gets you so far under the Sustainable Development Index. We also used the Transitions Performance Index, as is summarised on the next slide. And this was developed by the European Commission to determine performance in a transition to a fair and prosperous sustainability. Now, it's measured, therefore, for the EU as well as 45 other countries which are deemed relevant. And based on 4 dimensions of transition, namely the economic, social, environmental, and governance dimensions, with each of these having 4 indicators underneath them. Now, it's important to note here that this is a relative, not an absolute measure. So a country's performance is only relative to the other countries which are measured, rather than against some kind of objective set of criteria. And it's also focusing on this transitions element rather than absolute performance. And particularly when it comes to sustainability, these might actually be quite different things. Now, finally, we drew on the donut economy indicators. Now, these are based on Kate Raworth's donut economics framework, which I'm sure many here are familiar with. And this outlines what's known as a safe and just operating space for humanity. And the indicators are meant to track how far outside of that a country may be operating. And so they measure transgressions of the ecological ceiling, so things like CO2 emissions, material footprint, and so on, as well as what's called the social foundation, so the bare minimum social provision we should expect. So this is things like life satisfaction, life expectancy, educational outcomes, and so on. And performance across all of these indicators is non-aggregative. So we can't in any way kind of counterbalance performance in one area against another. We have to look at each of them on their own merits. Now, unfortunately, because of the complexity of these indicators, there are data issues. So there's no official set of donut economy indicators. A number of papers have created them. And the one we used was the most comprehensive of the lot, but utilizes time series data only running up until 2015, so already quite old. And similarly, there was no data for Iceland, and so thus this had to be excluded from our analysis using this metric. But what was the headline of our research? Well, the next slide indicates that while the Nordics' kind of reputation as strong social performers is rightly held, they are doing this at massive costs to sustainability. So every Nordic country is significantly overshooting the planetary boundaries which we must maintain to avoid environmental breakdown. So I'll reiterate this. Every Nordic country is operating at a level of unsustainability which is fundamentally steering us into catastrophe. This is the headline of this research. But to dive a little bit deeper, the Sustainable Development Index is the perhaps most stark illustration of this effect. So based on the most recent 2022 data, the performance of every Nordic country worsened over time, as you can see on that top graph, or the bottom graph there. And not only this, but all countries scored lower than the EU average. And we're actually pretty alarmingly close to the bottom ranked country at rank 163 of Qatar. So that kind of gap, particularly between the likes of Norway and Qatar, is really not very big at all. And this is based on worsening embedded material footprints and embedded carbon emissions in consumption, and also this income cap, which means that the Nordics' exceptional wealth can't counterbalance this poor ecological performance. Now, the Transitions Performance Index gives a bit more of a mixed picture. The TPI shows that the Nordics are ranked as top performers overall, and all of them except for Iceland do outperform the EU average in their kind of overall transition score. Unsurprisingly, it's the social and governance dimensions that are doing a lot of the work here, and they're ranking the strongest for each country in the Nordics. So they all kind of have the same sort of primacy of these dimensions. But even in the relative rankings of the TPIs, even relative to the rest of Europe and the other countries which are measured, environmental performance is the most lacking in the Nordics. And every Nordic country other than Denmark scores below the EU average and far worse than it scores on the other dimensions, as can be seen by that second graph there. So even here, which is a far kind of lower bar than the other two metrics, the Nordic environmental performance is lacking. And finally, when we come to the donut economy indicators, we can see that the Nordic reputation, once again, as top social performers holds. So, and I can only apologise for the size and complexity of these graphs. As I said, there's a lot of indicators. But the Nordics outperform the EU average everywhere across the social indicators, other than Sweden regarding nutrition, which I think, given this was measured in 2015, we could safely assume will have improved by now. However, again, when we turn to ecological performance, the picture's again really stark. So the Nordics perform worse than the EU average across almost every biophysical indicator. And the only exception here is Denmark, and even within Denmark, only scoring better than average, but still actually quite far from the sustainable levels across 3 of these indicators. Now, this poor performance is relatively equally spread across the Nordic countries, so every country performs worst in at least one indicator, and both Denmark and Norway actually perform worst in 2. And I think it's worth noting here that while this data only runs to 2015, the signs for improvement into the present day aren't promising. Now, based on the trend lines from this data set which exists, the trends were fundamentally negative. Of course, we've had a lot happen since 2015, which might throw those trend lines off, but even present data doesn't give a particularly rosy picture. So we've seen rising consumption-based CO2 emissions and rising consumption-based material footprints through the SDI that I've just talked you through. And we're also seeing worrying developments in other areas, such as land systems, for example. So, we're based in Helsinki, and you may have seen recent, really quite scary news that Finland's land system is now a net emitter rather than a long relied on sink for carbon. So even though this data is quite old, on the basis of the information we have, the signs that things have got much better since then are unfortunately not very positive. So what should we take from this? Well, basically, these results show that what we measure and how we measure it matters really, really significantly. Now, the policy implications of viewing the Nordics as doing generally really well, but with some work to do on environmental performance, as the TPI does, or contributing to vast levels of ecological destruction in a time of worsening crisis, as the other 2 metrics do, it really can't be overstated. These are vastly different views of the world with vastly different policy implications. But I should say, and if you go to the next slide, Aaron, that this isn't just a Nordic problem. The Nordics are rightly held up as exemplars of the modern welfare state, and rightly so. Now, they are goals for development and sustainable development in many ways, and it must be said they have taken action, that far more so than many other nations, around sustainability objectives. And the fact that they're still so far from where they need to be is a sign that the overall and mainstream approach to environmental action is fundamentally failing. So what do we do with this? Where do we go from here? So in closing, I'd like to point to a few things. First, and if you wouldn't mind switching slides, thanks, Aaron, we need to improve how we do measurement and how it's then used in policy. This means cohering the vast amount of GDP metrics beyond GDP metrics that are out there via international alignments. It means investing in collecting high quality and current data, which was an issue identified in our study, and ensuring that priority is placed on metrics which are accurate and useful, not just metrics which make rich countries look good, which is always a risk when we're doing these kind of international agreement-based coherences. And here, international institutions like the UN, like the OECD, and the Nordic Council itself have a really essential role to play. But it's also about integrating these metrics into governance and shifting them from beyond merely being used for monitoring. Until we do this, they're going to be toothless and they are going to be ignored. And we're seeing that today, for example, unfortunately, with the SDGs. And this is hard, and we need to understand how to do it better. So our research highlighted an example of Denmark trying to implement an SDG-based risk assessment for its policy, and this has faced real difficulties based on a lack of administrative framework and an agreement around how to understand risk and things like this. So we've got to learn on and build from these examples on how to integrate metrics better into policy. But if you wouldn't mind switching the slide, Aaron, if there's one lesson I'd urge you to take away from our research, it's this: we can't continue with business as usual. The Nordic countries have already done so much of the standard playbook for sustainability. They picked the low-hanging fruit. From electric vehicle uptake, which is leading Europe and leading the world, and decarbonising much of their domestic grids, the Nordics have done a lot of the stuff that we are asking countries to do. And our research shows that this simply won't cut it. We've got to expand the scope of the interventions we're considering to enact the sustainability transition if we're going to have any chance of success. And this means sufficiency solutions, which look at the demand side as well as the supply side of sustainability. It means a realistic interrogation of our relationship to economic growth. And it means moving beyond our fixation with technological innovation to the litany of other policy interventions looking at social and economic levers which are found in the Beyond GDP literature. Now, in closing, I'd like to turn my attention to the year 2050, given this is the theme of this event. And while I want to leave with a message of hope, I also want to leave with a message of realism. The brutal reality is that given where we are today, catastrophic climate impacts in the coming decades are already locked in. There's no way around this. The crisis is here and it's only going to get worse. It doesn't mean that there's no hope in 2050, but it does mean that things are going to be difficult, and it does mean that we have to fundamentally reassess how we are operating and the vision of the future that we are operating by. This means that we have two tasks today: limiting the destruction that we're going to see in the future as best we can, but also finding ways to keep the foundations of our societies functioning as the crisis worsens so we can keep moving forward. A truly beyond GDP approach is the only way that this can happen. And so it's imperative that we heed the warnings we are shown and act now to begin building one. And with that, I'll close and thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Theo, and thank you to the whole project team for this very rigorously researched report, which has valuable insights for all of us here in the room, I am sure. Shortly, I'm going to invite on stage a special guest commentator to reflect on the report, but we want to keep interaction high in this event, and since it's a lot about understanding your own future, we're now going to take a couple of minutes for you to speak to the person next to you. And I have two questions that I hope you can ask to each other and answer to each other. That was, what was your vision for the carbon neutral society when we did this exercise? And then a reflection on the report, if that changed anything about that vision that you had for 2050. So not so usual here at a COP side event to ask the audience to talk to each other, but please do, we'll have a few minutes. And for those listening online, take this moment to reflect a bit deeper on your vision and on the report that we just presented. Thank you. Okay, everyone, please put back on your earphones. And shortly, I'm going to ask for some reflections from the room. But now that perhaps your vision is very clear, can I just ask for half a minute in front of each of you or on the seats? You should each have one of these cards. And we just invite you to write down what your vision for the carbon neutral society is. Miriam will be passing around some pens, and if you don't have one of these cards, just make it known to us and we'll give you one. And those of you following online can also do the same. Just half a minute more. Great to see so much writing. I'm sure you have some very vivid future visions. And we would be most grateful if you could contribute your visions to the Future Suitcase at the end of this event. We would love to have a read of them and see what your visions for the future are. But we're also going to take a short moment now to share, if anyone in the audience would like to tell us a bit about what their vision is for the carbon neutral society. Do we have anyone who is bold enough to want to tell us a bit about their vision for the future? Please just raise your hand. Miriam has a floor microphone and we'll come to you. Yes, I can see one here at the front.
Hello, my name is Caroline Fraude. I'm from the Brahma Kumaris and Rifts. And my vision is that humans are so much in tune, in touch with every form of life around them, that they actually are able to perceive the other. So like in a human relationship, some people are more sensitive and are able to perceive needs and boundaries of others, and others not at all. And my vision is that we develop as human species into a way of being, a culture of being with each other, in which we are so subtle or so aware that we perceive these boundaries naturally.
Thank you so much. Would anybody else like to contribute a vision? No pressure. Yes, at the back.
Good day, it's James from Australia. My future society is kind of focused around the idea of equilibrium, the idea that you can continue on for hundreds and thousands of generations, on and on with renewable power and consuming just the right amounts, not increasing that consumption, not really focusing on increasing your GDP too much, and being happy with the society and the people that are around you, to the point where if you look to indigenous peoples, they've been able to maintain and be custodians of the land for hundreds and thousands of years. And I'm not sure, but I would hope that society would be able to get to a point where that's possible as well.
Thank you, James. Could I ask one last person if anyone would like to share their vision? Any takers? Okay, no worries. But please do share your visions in the future suitcase so that anyone coming and visiting our exhibition can read about your vision for the future carbon neutral society. I'd now like to invite our special guest, Isabella Levine, on stage. Isabella. Isabella is the former Vice Prime Minister of Sweden and Climate and Environment Minister and a current EU parliamentarian. And we're going to jump between talking about the report and talking about our visions during the course of this event. But Isabella, I'd like to ask you, as a policymaker now for many years, policy is also, of course, about achieving our goals, and to achieve our goals we need to measure what those goals are. And welfare measured by GDP is obviously the way that we are on a societal level currently measuring our progress. What did you gain from hearing about the report presented just now by Theo? Do you have any insights on the report?
Thank you so much. I think I'll stand here if you don't mind. So thank you so much, Theo. I guess he's still online for the presentation and all the work. I think this really gives us a lot of food for thought, and I'm very happy that the Nordic Council is arranging this seminar so we can discuss this at this very qualified level. So I think that's good. I was in the Swedish government for 7 years. I'm from the Green Party, and one of the things that we also prioritized was to develop some type of alternatives measurement for as complementary to GDP in the Swedish state budget. And we actually did in 2017. This is one of the biggest public secrets because we never got like the global news on this. New Zealand got a few years later, but we actually introduced it in 2017 in the Swedish budgetary process that we have 17 what is called in Swedish livskvalitetsmål, eller livskvalitetsmått snarare, and that's life quality measurements. And some of those are related to pollution, some to health, some to your own perceived level of happiness or satisfaction, rather. And some are also around being the psychological wellness. And we can see that although Sweden is a very, very wealthy country, very rich country, we're faring quite well on many of the indicators. But one in particular, we can see that people are not feeling happy in our country, and that we have very high levels of sick leave due to stress or other psychological factors. So this is something that is really important to take into consideration when making policies and trying to see what is a welfare state, what is a good country. We also need to look at those indicators, and those are quite alarming. And I think we have similar figures in many Nordic countries. I wonder if I could go back with your PowerPoint presentation. I'm taking the liberty of doing that now, because I think this is an interesting model, but you just brushed over it. Like the external circle there, and on this impact model, you're pointing to some things that we talk about a lot, that we need a society where we stay within the planetary boundaries. We also need to enhance democratic participation. We also need to reduce social inequality. But then the fourth one there I found very interesting, because we very seldom talk about that, on transformation, non-violent transformation. And I think today, when we're discussing on the need to go to a fossil-free society, a new society, people are expressing more fear against that transformation than they are for the climate crisis itself. So even though we know that we are really approaching catastrophes, we're already seeing it in Europe, but people are so nervous that they actually go and vote for parties that want to put a brake on the climate transition. And that is very interesting. And I think what you're pointing to there, non-violent transformation, is something that we need to talk more about, the fear of transformation. And that we now have such polarized discussions all over the world. If you look at the US, it's very, very obvious, but also in the EU, where far-right parties are using the climate discussion and debate and the transition as exactly their point to raise more fear in people, to have them vote for their parties. So I think we need to look more on that. And what could that mean? Well, it has to do with having common values that we all can agree on. With that, you need also leadership. You need leadership from civil society actors, religious leaders, but also politicians that really say that what matters is not only GDP, it's not only economic growth, but it's actually well-being in a deeper sense. You had some other interesting words on the slide which I noticed. Global mindset is one. And I think that is something we're going in the totally opposite direction now. But in order for us to save the planet and also have peaceful societies, we need to have a global mindset. We need to have global solidarity. We need to understand that without cooperation, we cannot save the climate, we cannot save our ocean, and we will have great difficulties living in peace with each other. So that is also something we need to focus very much more on, creating the sense of solidarity. And that takes a lot of political leadership as well. But with that said, we also need a thriving social, civil society community. Where are we going? I think that exercise was really, really good as well. Because the fear of transformation is because you don't have a vision. You know what you have, but you don't know where we're going. And political leaders now are lousy at creating that vision. Instead, they're talking about the past time, the good old days, how it was make America great again, the way it was before. We're not talking about how it's going to be in a few years or in a few decades. And people are really afraid that it's going to be worse. And it's going to be worse if we don't have that vision and know where we're going. And I think during the exercise, you asked a lot of questions, and I saw some nice pictures inside of my head on living more an urban but still nature close life with urban farming and lots of collective transportation, and children could play in the streets and so on. But you also asked me about, you asked all of us on like on the policy level, what has changed. And I would like to see a new economy. I would see that we need to have some types of global taxes on financial transactions, on all these things that are really global, that could go to the global good. I also think that we need to change what we deem as a crime and recognize ecocide as one of the big crimes against humanity to the International Criminal Court. And also we need to recognize the rights of other living beings and the ecosystem as a whole to live, to thrive, and that it is globally against the law to destroy these global goods. And to achieve that, we need to change our mindsets. We can't really just negotiate about that, but we also need a discussion about who has the right to survive and thrive on this planet. And today we only have two agents that have rights, legal rights. It's human beings and it's corporations. We recognize the legal rights of corporations. For instance, if they are stopped by national legislation to pursue their activities, they can sue in court and have their case tried. But for instance, a species, let's take a fish species that is being threatened of extinction because of overfishing, has no legal right. So species can go extinct and no one is held accountable. And I think in my vision for 2050, that is not the case. Then we actually have a responsibility to respect the rights of nature, and there should also be accountability and enforcement if you don't respect that. And I think that's necessary. And I think we have the tools as a global community to do those things. So, yeah, so to finish, the findings in the report. It's a bit surprising, I must confess. I'm of course aware that Sweden and the Nordic countries are really responsible for a lot of resource extraction through imports and consumption and through trade, and that we are over-consuming and that our ecological footprint is really, really big. But if you kind of combine that with our social policies and our internal environmental policies, I would not have expected that Sweden and other Nordic countries would fare worse than France, Italy, or the UK, as we see in this index, Sustainable Development Index. So I'll have to dig deeper into that. But of course, I think it's really concerning that we see these results. And I agree with the conclusions of Theo that we need to kind of align these matrix and see how we can use them more as politicians and in policy making, and that we need that. We can't only focus on economic growth. We've been discussing this for 40 years now already in the environmental movement, but now it's kind of getting also actually into national budgets and in national policies, and we have to continue this path. And I also agree with the final conclusion of the presentation that there's a leadership potential here, and that the Nordic countries could really take that leadership role, and that we should. And thanks again for inviting me, and I'm looking forward to the discussions and the other speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. Please grab a seat in our panel. And I'll now invite our other panelists up on stage to dig a bit deeper into these topics. So firstly, I'll invite Sister Janti Kirpalani. Welcome. Sister Janti is Assistant Administrative Head of Brahma Kumaris. And I'd like to invite Lisa Kerman Nygaard, who is the Danish Youth Delegate to the UNFCCC. Welcome to both of you as well. We've now heard already from Isabella about her vision for 2050, and I'm now going to ask both of you as well to share your visions. We'll start with you, Sister Janti. Through Brahma Kumaris, you live a spiritual life with a lot of practices to help live a life in balance, from what I understand correctly. But what does it look like in your mind, the vision for 2050? How is it different from today?
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd just like to go back in history just a little bit, because in 1986, when it was the International Year of Peace, Brahma Kumaris brought in the concept of inner peace, and we created a program called A Million Minutes of Peace Appeal, and we collected over 1 billion minutes of peace in the month of September. And we received 7 Peace Messenger Awards as a result of that from the United Nations. And they then approached us and asked us to do a follow-up project called a Peace Messenger Project. And we thought about it and we were exhausted. It was 1 million minutes was a huge project, and it didn't have a budget. It was all done by volunteers, so it was quite something. But we were interested, and from 1988 through to 1991, we had a project running in 128 countries, which at that moment was all the countries in the world with a population of over 1 million. And we had 3 questions we were asking people under the title of Global Cooperation for a Better World. Now you're beginning to see why I'm going into history. The 3 questions we asked people in small groups were, firstly, what is your vision of a better world? Secondly, what is your vision of relationships in that better world? Thirdly, what is your relationship with yourself in that better world? And we had answers from this huge array of countries spanning the globe, but also to point out that the project went into leper colonies in the Philippines, shoeshine boy groups in Brazil, and princes and queens and kings from Europe. It just had an amazing impact on people. Somehow the whole exercise of visioning captured their attention and their imagination. And it took us 6 months to summarize the visions that had come in to see what it is that people were asking for in their vision. And we could actually summarize it in one word. And this is all documented in a book called Global Vision for a Better World. And the one word was values. They spoke about peace and love and truth and harmony and justice and respect and cooperation. And these were values. We had to do a follow-up. And we found that essentially the first 12 values that were coming in were the same across the world. And so whether it was Jordan or whether it was Israel, the values were the same. Whether it was the north or the south, again, the same. Rich or poor, it did not matter. Human values were the same, and what they were asking for was a world of values. And that led us to another project called Living Values for a Better World. And this is where spirituality comes in. Where do values lie? Not in our brain cells, definitely not in our hands and our feet, but in the living being that is within. And when you connect with that living being within and go on that inner journey, you're able to connect with the values that lie within the self. And so meditation, reflection, time for yourself, prayer, contemplation, time with nature, whichever way it is you wish, this is the entry point into those values within the self. And it's very interesting for me that when I met Thomas, you probably remember his name more than I do, but the one who wrote The Nordic Secret. That's it, thank you. So when I met with him and we shared a platform together in a program called Spirit of Humanity a few years ago in Iceland. And the essence of his book is that in the early 1900s, people had the opportunity of going into nature and spending 6 months. And it was from that then they came out with creative ideas of bringing development to the region. And on the one side, yes, development, but on the other side, of course, then the expense that we see. I wasn't the least bit surprised at the results of the survey, because this is what I would have understood from my own experiences and our own research, because I think probably ours was the largest research project undertaken by an NGO, which was totally free of cost. So from that we could see that people weren't interested just in a bigger car, a bigger house, or anything like that, but they were really interested in values. And so today, when we see that we've moved so far away into materialism and consumerism, what we need to do is to go on the inner journey. And when we do that, even just for a short while, we begin to find balance in our life, balancing the things out there with the things within. We learn about relationships, and we also learn that relationships aren't a waste of time. It's an investment. If I invest a little bit of time in relationships, what comes out of that is far, far greater than one could ever have imagined. And so that balance of inner and outer is something that's very much missing in the world today, where all our attention is focused completely outside. And so, yes, the inner journey means that then I find the well-being that I need to have, the happiness and joy. All of this lies within and then is expressed in my relationships out there. It also means that the vision that one has, that I have of 2050, is that it'll be a world in which people have been pushed to the brink through the things that are happening today, probably within the next decade. It's not far away, but we're at the brink. And I think that the situation now is such that many, many people are realizing that the answers lie within rather than just outside. And so maybe humanity reaches that brink and then says, okay, things are not working, what do we need to do? And once you go on that inner journey and you find those values that are within you and you start using them in your life and expressing them in your life, it means that you're at peace with yourself, you're at peace with others around you, and you're at peace with all forms of life and also with nature itself. And so I do foresee a future in one in which there's the world has been described about in all traditions, a world of harmony, a world of justice, a world of truth. I don't dismiss that as just a dream or something up there in the sky, but I think human beings have that capacity to allow the goodness to emerge and to be expressed in our life, so that then truly together we create a better world for all, a co-creation, human beings together, working together cooperatively, collaboratively, but also the connection with the divine playing a role within that, allowing us to move in that right direction. So it's a beautiful vision, and I'm sure we're going to get there.
Thank you so much, Sister Janti. I can just see that your headphones have run out of battery, so I'll just pass you this. Thank you very much, Sister Janti, for that message of hope. I find at least a lot of hope in hearing about the universality of those values, and I hope that we, with that universality, can build a society based on those values. You can hear us now, okay? No problem? Great. Then we'll turn to our third panelist, Lisa. Lisa joined us at a discussion at the Danish Democracy Festival where we asked similar questions and we presented a different report. So it's slightly different this time, Lisa, with some new input, but it's also a second chance for you to imagine what your carbon neutral society, or maybe a third, maybe you've done this at home and envisioned. But Lisa, what did it feel like this time? Did it feel different? Did you dig a bit deeper into your vision? And perhaps the report gave you a new way of thinking about that as well. Please share your reflections on the carbon neutral society.
Yeah, I think actually this is an exercise I've done a lot of times because we do something similar as youth delegates in Denmark when we tour around Denmark and talk with young people, because I think it's something we truly need. As you were also talking about, that we need to have politicians, and all of us need to have visions about where we're going instead of we always talking about where we have been and where we are right now. Because I think if we cannot vision the world that we want to create, then it's really hard to get people on board in creating it. So I think the report just gave me more like a base of how to create the vision that I actually see. Because I think the vision I have is a time where we value things very different than what we do today. So the economic wealth is not what we prioritize above everything else, and we don't see GDP as a goal in itself, but that we actually look at things in a different way. So I think in my vision, I was walking around in a forest, and I felt that the sun was shining on me, and I could breathe freely with nice and clean air, and I was surrounded by a lot of people I love, and I didn't think at all about what clothes I was wearing, if I drove there in a car, or I didn't think of anything consumerism, I think. I was only thinking about values, as you also talked about. So I think that shows that we need to talk more about this. We need to talk about what a good life is, which world it is that we want to create. And I think that comes a lot down to the report that we got presented by Theo, that we need to measure stuff in a different way, because otherwise it will not be a truly deep transition into a different system. And we also talked about that when we had the reflections within the audience, that maybe we should see rights in a different way. You also talked about it in your presentation, that right now we have 2 actors who have rights in this world, and why is it not so that all species have rights and have the same rights, and maybe also generations, so also the not even born species, like the future, should have the same rights that we have today. Yeah, so I think if I should summarize it, it's like that we value things in a different way than what we do today.
Thank you, Lisa. And I imagine when you do this exercise also within the youth and organizations you're a part of, you recognize that we need this vision because we need to know where we're going. But we also then need to boil this down into how we can get to that vision. So I'd like us to now to try and take a bit of a pit stop on the way to 2050. We can say it's 2035-ish. What changes do you see in the panel that we need to have already in place in, say, 10 years' time? Can we have a midway target? Perhaps there are certain events that have occurred, or changes in our values, or particular turning points in society or in the economy or in nature itself. I'll leave that as an open question. And if you ever want to interact to each other's comments, just put up your hands. It's good to have a lot of interaction in our panel. So please just let me know if you want to speak. But who'd like to get us started? Lisa?
We also talked about before, when we had the reflections, that sometimes it's a bit hard to figure out what is a step in the right direction and what is a step even deeper into the system that we have today. So for example, talking about carbon pricing, I think that's a way to get to a step where we also see, for example, that we destroy our planet with the CO2 that we are emitting, and in that way coming to a place where we value things in a different way. But putting a price on CO2 is also, making it into the system that we have right now, so not doing the deep transition. So I think, and as a step towards the vision that I have, at least we're using our areas in a very different way than what we're doing today. We are prioritizing that should be used for species. So I think the area use is a good first step of how to get to a 2050 in a total different way than what we have it today.
Thank you, Lisa. Isabella, I saw you wanted to speak.
Yes, and I'd like to thank my both two co-panelists for very wise words. Let's see now. Is this working? Okay. No, but I think what we need to start with is a new narrative. So today, the idea about big wealth for everyone and happiness and joy is very much linked to consuming and full stop. That's what's driving all the commercials you see on television, you see on the streets, on everything that we kind of have agreed that is linked to well-being and happiness is, you're visioning yourself in this beautiful house with this beautiful car and your beautiful face and your beautiful clothes, and everything is about something you can buy. But we're kind of very much past our basic needs, at least in the Nordic countries. And I think it was very interesting that you mentioned Thomas Björkman's The Nordic Secret and that book, because we did a huge transformation in the Nordic countries some 120 years ago, going from one of the poorest countries in Europe to quite fast becoming welfare states with the voters' rights for women, education, free education for everyone, and a real welfare society. How did we do that? I mean, that's the Nordic secret. But it was, as you say, was some leaders that really started this process, but engaging everyone was like the method of doing it. Through public education, accessible to everyone, not only children, but also grown-ups, adults. So the kind of the Nordic folkhögskola, I don't know how to say that in English even, but it's higher education, but open for everyone. And that was a big movement in the 1910s and 20s, also for women, for laborers, and the unions have their own educations. And I think that was a way of everyone feeling that they were participating in something new. We were going somewhere. We were going from poverty to a welfare, a secure state where everyone had a part and everyone was important and everyone needed to contribute. And now we're all reduced to one thing, and that is customers. We're just customers. And we are choosing, we're not only buying clothes and all that stuff, but we're also on election day going and voting for those that gain my own self-interest the most, not the whole common interest. So what I think we need to do, the intermediary step, is to work on the idea that everyone can contribute, everyone is needed, and also that we also feel a lot better when we are doing something together and we're actually contributing to the common good and not only to my own small, narrow good, which in fact is contributing to a lot of social injustice and inequalities, not only within our countries but also globally, between the global north and the global south. So the education and social movements and getting everyone on board, but again, political leadership and other leaderships as well are needed to kind of talk about that vision and getting everyone back the sense of being a citizen and not only a customer. And that is, I think, I totally agree with you that in all of us, at least in most of us, there's this enormous potential of wanting to do good and, even sacrificing your life for protecting your country or protecting your children. And that is an enormous potential that we have to use now when the entire civilization is threatened by the climate crisis. So it's now time for us to really mobilize those potentials in all of us.
Sister Janti.
I think we're moving gradually to that point of critical mass where more and more people are recognizing that what is needed is the inner journey and spirituality, which is different from religion. Religion is very specific and divides us very often. There's so many differences, culture, the creed, the belief system, the food, the rituals, everything. But if you go on an inner journey, wherever it is you stand, believer, non-believer, you get to that point of universal values that we all share as human beings. And I think that we're getting to that point where reaching critical mass where people are beginning to understand this. And by 2035, my hope, my vision, is that people have reached that understanding of being able to tap into their own inner resources so that they're also aware that we're one family. It's not just divisions by culture and nationality and gender and age and race, etc., but truly the awareness of being one family and sharing one home, one planet, which is the reality, and working together on the basis of values. And I think you're beginning then to see the transformation of society towards that world of utopia.
I think sometimes when we talk about the green transition, some people tend to talk about whether we need more or less democracy in order to reach that and to reach a goal, for example, about climate neutral region by 2050. And to that, I just wanted to point that I think a step on the way to reach a climate neutral society, that is also to have a deeper democratic engagement, you can say, in the population. So I think we have seen a bit like you're talking about with education, that unfortunately people are participating less and less in the democracy. So we need to have not specifically some structures that delete the old ones, but we need to have something additional, I think. So I think we need to have more citizen assemblies. I think we need to engage people in new ways, and in that way also getting deeper into these values and to figure out and see by participating in these citizen assemblies that we are quite equal and we want a lot of the same things. We maybe think that there's different ways to get there, but when we talk about truly a good life, we are quite united in that. So I think to have more conversations and more democratic structures, that is a good step to get to the goal of our visions for 2050.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm soon going to open up the floor if there are any questions or reflections from the audience. So please prepare any remarks or questions you might have to our panel. But I'm going to squeeze in one last question from myself here. I talked earlier about the future suitcase, something that collects things that we need for the future. And I'd like to ask you, hypothetically, if you could contribute one item to the future suitcase, that is one item that we might need in 2050 to help us in the climate neutral society, or how to get to the climate neutral society, what would that be? It could be a physical object, it could be a policy, for example, it could be one particular value. I know that there's many, many things we need in the carbon neutral society, and it might be hard and seem ridiculous even to just choose one, but we also build the carbon neutral society from all the individual bricks. So I'm wondering, is there one thing that you could contribute to the future suitcase, to the carbon neutral society? Sister Janti.
I'm not sure that it could fit within a suitcase, but I'm thinking about how when I feel the inner being, it's a being of light that shines in the forehead. And so the one thing that would move us into that world that we would like to have, which is carbon neutral, because you're not dependent on external energies, you're using solar energies, you're using neutrino energy, you're using energies that exist, that we know about, but we've been reluctant to take them up. But in that world, I see each one as that shining star, that shining light.
Thank you, Sister Janti. Isabella?
Thank you for that. I think I would just put in there the ecocide law, which is the equivalent of genocide, that large-scale destruction of nature should be one of the big, all that everyone agrees upon is morally totally wrong and at a global scale. And that is very much linked to values, I think. I don't think it will solve everything if we had the ecocide law tomorrow, but just agreeing on that would start a discussion within the global society where we actually recognize other living sentient beings and future generations also their rights to a healthy planet. And I think that will be an important, I hope that's already there in 2050.
Thank you, Isabella. Lisa.
Yeah, I think I would also turn it a bit around, because hopefully in 2050 they won't need anything from the society that we're living in now. Hopefully 2050 we are in a lot better place than what we are right now. So hopefully they already have this ecocide law, for example. So I think I would put one thing in it, which would be, let's say, a catalog of all the products that you can buy on Temu, this online platform for many funny products, just to show them where they shouldn't get to again. So hopefully that would be like something they would laugh off and be like, whoa, they were so stupid back then that they thought that this would bring them any joy in life, and use that as a horror movie maybe about how the world had been before, and they then will enjoy even more the climate neutral society that they will be living in.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you to all our panel. I'll then turn to the audience, and I'd like to hear if you have any reflections on the discussion we've been having today, or if you have any questions that you'd like to ask our panelists. Just raise your hand if you would like to share or to ask anything. Yes, at the front here.
Hello, my name is Shrey Goyal. I'm from Green Spider AI Paris. I would like to add to something that the Honorable Minister said, and perhaps get her response to that as well. You mentioned that we live in a world where we are nothing but customers. I think we can add to that not only are we just customers, we are also commodities ourselves. We are treated as commodities, and I think our vision for the future should involve us being beyond that. And in the political spectrum right now, we tend to be identified by our demographic profiles. So people talk about voters as commodities, as it were, belonging to this particular racial minority or belonging to this particular minority. So in this vision of 2050, how would politicians and political parties see voters, and how would they understand their interests? I'm not sure if I'm being very clear here, but I hope I hope you can get something out of this.
Thank you for clarifying. Can you just, sorry, I'd have to understand the question. How do we see borders?
Well, I mean to say voters. Voters? Yes.
Voters.
Citizens, yes.
Citizens?
Yes.
Voters, perhaps?
As a voters.
Oh, I'm
sorry, I'm a little bit tired. So
it's
okay.
The accent.
Yeah, okay. It's the accent. How do we see voters? I think, I mean, your comment about not only being a customer but also a commodity is absolutely right, and I think that really is spot on from more of a global south perspective, and I represent a global north perspective, that where we have the let's say privilege of seeing ourselves only as customers. But this way of looking at affluency or prosperity or success is also pushed on the global south. So it's kind of being accepted more and more. And we were talking about the other day here also about what happened in Eastern Europe after the wall went down. And I was in Prague before the wall. I was very young back then, but everything was dark, and you didn't have any big shop windows with all these commodities in them. It was quite depressing. But afterwards, when they came into the European Union and the wall went down, my father went there and he came back and he told me, what was that all about the wall going down? Now it's like big commercials of Calvin Klein shorts everywhere. So that's what you see. So is that the meaning of freedom for people, that they can buy Calvin Klein shorts all of a sudden? That's a bit of a drastical image, but it's like the hegemony of consumerism that we are now everyone is striving for. But how do we see voters? I think voters must feel the responsibility of being citizens. I think that's the most important thing, that you contribute to society, and when you go and vote, you should vote for something that is good for the common good and not only for your personal wallet, which is now unfortunately very much the case in rich countries. And we just have to look at the US right now to see that that is true. So, but you can't only, I mean, this has to come from bottom up, but also from top down. So leadership is very important.
Thank you, Isabella. Yes, at the back.
Can I talk? Hello? Hello? Can you talk my Indian language, Hindi?
Yes, Sister Janti, do you understand?
Okay, I tell. Once newborn child born, we values like your religious values, another values, like so you create the कौन सी values you
क्या मतलब हिंदी में बताइए एक बार हिंदी में बोलिए
कि भाई हम पर्यावरण को के लिए भी बोलें.
What is trying to say is that how we feed into a children that this is your father, this is your mother, and we give them the family values that you have to, care about them. Similarly, we have to, input in their brain that environment is also equally important at the very early stage, so that they also, know that in future we have to care about it.
Like Lord Shiva to Ganesh.
Similar to religious values also, we feed in.
Lord Shiva to Ganesh.
Lord Shiva to Ganesh. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes,
Any
I agree
responses?
totally. Yeah. Whatever, actually, it's not even just values being instilled into a child. Whatever children see their parents do, they follow. They catch those values. So sometimes we say values can't be taught, they can be caught. And so when they see parents respect life, respect each other, respect nature, then they also begin to do the same.
Thank you. Did you want to say one last comment, Isabella?
No, I'm thinking about the negotiations here at the COP, and there's many countries and many political parties that are saying, like, why should we reduce our emissions when others are just continuing with their emissions? And and this is something that voters accept in many countries, and in because it's a skewed logic. But I think, just connecting to your question, we don't throw litter into the sea just because we see someone else throwing litter into the sea. I mean, the best thing is that if you see someone else doing that, you say, no, you shouldn't do that, and pick it up. But everyone, just copying and doing the same as someone else that is doing something wrong is going to lead us to a disaster. And that's right on a small child's level when you educate a child, but also countries must live up to that and not copy a bad behavior but just because someone else is doing it.
Thank you, Isabella. One final comment, and the word is yours, Lisa, before we close the panel.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to say, as like of a wrap up, both when we talked about our visions for the future and about the negotiations happening right now, I think we need to shift the conversations of always going about rights and what we have the right to do, and instead talking about responsibility. I think if we make that shift, we will both come to a better world and have some values more deeply rooted in us, but also the negotiations would be easier if everyone said, I can do this because it's my responsibility, instead of saying I have the right to do X, Y, Z, because that's something that we wrote down sometime.
Thank you, Lisa. And on that note, we'll close the panel and end the event, the last event of today here at the Nordic Pavilion. A big applause for our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Nordic Pavilion and for joining us online, those who are following us. Please contribute your vision to the future in the future suitcase on your way out, and stay behind if you like for a bit of extra mingle. Thank you so much, and bye for now.